yeah, where we last left off the other day, we had just beaten up the British. Right? Yeah. Taking most of East Africa, making some delightful border gore. We'll clean that up eventually, I promise. We mostly just attacked Britain because Britain decided to try and go mask off again. You know, when I see them attempt to conquer Beijing, Formosa, Shanxi, and Inner Mongolia simultaneously, as well as Lebanon. And it was an alliance of the Qing, India, and the Ottoman Empire holding fast against them. I decided which side I wanted to be on, especially since like Persia's in this. So, from Bosnia to Outer Manchuria, that was quite ambitious, Britain. But yeah, Britain every now and again is still doing its little mask off shit. So we've got a lot of construction planned. I think we need more construction sectors, though. Because, yeah, we have plus 92,000. That's completely unacceptable. Part of the problem right now, actually, is we don't have enough refining capacity. We actually have enough oil, shockingly. The problem is I do not have enough light fuel and lubricants. Yeah. Which isn't great. It needs to be addressed. A bunch of bags. But yeah, construction for sure. Radio production. More radios. Yeah. At the end of the last stream, I finally decided to found Philips. So we now have radio, and I expanded their charter for power plants. It was either that or motor industries, and we've already kind of got motor industries, so. We are now, I think our state is best described as 8 companies in a trench coat. And apparently this leaves us with 2 free charters, which is actually a bit weird now that I think about it. It means 2 of you haven't been granted anything in terms of charters, right? Oh, you can be granted steel mills as well. Oh, yeah, but I don't do that because... Right, yeah, and you can be granted tea plantations. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Which I guess means I should probably consider what I want to do with my last couple of charters here. If there really even is anything to do, probably not. But Frank our Provencal. Yeah, rapidly mechanized. I also went through and went over all the production methods. Forgot to upgrade to, compression ignition tractors, for example. Which is only exacerbating our fuel shortage. So on that note, yeah, we still have the railways under construction. Looks like I still need more construction sectors. Yeah, it's not going to be too long before I actually have the entirety of Holland's construction sectors filled up. Yeah, but we've got to continue our development. Construction efficiency is also starting to get concerningly low. Yeah. There is moderate turmoil in Friesland. So there is. Might be related to the infrastructure running out. But yeah. So we're still trying to get this place developed as much as we can. If I could just build another 15. Even if I run a deficit for a while, it'll be fine. Reserve coffee has been completed, netting us yet another prestige good. Alright. Synthetic rubber, we don't really care. I doubt we're going to be making synthetic rubber. Alright, let's go for Darfur. There's a chance that one or more great powers may get involved against us. It doesn't really matter. Darfur is kind of stuck where they are, and there's nothing they can really do about it. Ooh, gold depleted in Transvaal, you say? Any more of those? Wood. Yeah, we gotta get these gold mines up and running, of course. Of all people, it will be India. Now, here's a question. Yeah, India, you have 40 boats. Even if you've got, like, some other fleets to help you. But very well. Hold on. Right, you start there, so that will hit those. And then I think I put the second fleet here. They're under blockade orders, so that's going to fuck up the Indian economy real good. Don't do it, India. It's not worth it. But yeah. Ever since with this new update, they gave corporate state like an extra corporation and charter. I can't not do this. Also, I feel like 100 authority is new, because that's like the same bonus for monarchy and stuff, right? Or no, monarchy's 200. Okay, so it might have been 100. Then maybe we move towards some sort of autocracy for extra authority. Although, do I really need more authority? I guess that's the thing. Like, we've already got full road maintenance. We have enlistment efforts along the coastline, even. You know, we have full encouragement of the manufacturing industry. It's not bad. Alright. Yeah, we are now at 30. Alloys are definitely a problem, but hopefully that will get better over time. Especially now that I have a company that can develop power plants, I'm rather hopeful. Yeah, expand the oil refineries, please do. Alright. We don't have a whole lot of infrastructure here either, which is part of the problem. And I think that's what all these railways in Friesland have been building before. Because, yeah, there's 112,000 peasants now. But yeah. So the Dutch should now be under a full blockade, I think. No, apparently not. The Poshim Bongo Hub. I'm sorry. $8.3K. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but, okay, yeah, 25% there. Blockade level 100. It seems like it's not quite doing what I expect it to do, because it says... Hang on, let me read this. Trading commerce adjacent. Oh yeah, adjacent hostile ports. Yeah, I didn't misread that. For some reason, I thought that was adjacent nodes. Hmm. So, in that case, I'll just wait out. They may actually liberate Tidore, unless I intervene. So, we might have to do that. Although, with any luck, you know, we'll manage to inflict decent casualties on their navy. In theory, they should be at least a little bit hurt by the increasing blockade level. One would hope. More Frenchmen. Lille is Dutch. Yes. Their patriotism sets an example to be followed. Alright. I haven't even raised my soldiers. Our place in the sun. Ah. I think I was literally complaining at the end of the last stream that we hadn't quite done, friggin' 10 modifiers, yeah. Place in the sun, hold on. Yeah, that's permanent, nice. That we hadn't managed to do the scramble for Africa yet. So we were literally one state off, was the answer. Alright. Yeah, so theoretically we can do synthetic fuels, which allows us to get hydrogeneration plants, also known as, you know, coal gasification and liquefaction, as an option. So let's see, the Wohler DeVille process for aluminum. And yeah, so we have some options towards producing aluminum. We can do houseware inox aluminum in the glass plants, which is pretty solid. Like, we haven't actually moved over to plastics yet because we have a lot of problems. Oh boy, do we ever have a lot of problems. Yeah, silicon. So that'll be for advanced ore mines. We actually have some of that in our borders, which isn't too bad. I guess we'll go to arc welding. I'm just thinking. Militarily, we do have dreadnoughts. There's battleships. There's modern battle fleet tactics, which will get us another 10 naval base max level. Does it go any higher than that later? It does not appear so. Yeah. Okay. And there's advanced support, that's fine. So yeah, modern battle fleet tactics might be important for us to actually be able to maintain a navy. Alternatively, we could get a treaty port. If I can get like a couple treaty ports, that might help. Unfortunately, the Qing rivaled us. This is not the way. Qing, please. Oil discovered in Darfur. Excellent. Alright. Okay, so unsurprisingly, the yeah, construction efficiency problems have gone away for the most part. There's not really any way to make them truly go away. We're trying to overpower negative 30% because of our development level. And unfortunately, that's only going to increase. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked to become a hyper-developed nation. Yeah. You have a larger radical population. Apparently so do I, so. Alright, so Zeppelins is spreading. Okay, so we do have the full mappy. Although in practice it's only because of Rhine River and natural harbors, so. We should be at like 90% here. Yeah. So Zeppelins is currently spreading, which is good. I'll put us up to 95% map. Ah, damn, it's international organizations. It's unfortunate. Not terribly shocked, though. It's kind of inevitable. Yep. Size of Indian loans, turmoil. Yeah, the Indians are just throwing away tons and tons of troops here, so. Yeah, they... Shipping lane effectiveness. Yeah. Due to 79% blockade level, are you not capable of maintaining a blockade? May not be able to. Yeah. Either way, it's crippling them. Yeah. $25. $25. I got a third fleet. Why is it all rural folk? I mean, I think we know we're kind of just inevitably heading for white peace here. I don't expect anything to really be changing. We're building a bunch of coal mines in Wallonia. Realistically, I'm just trying to improve our industry as much as possible. What's our trade look like? We're apparently exporting 9,000 fabric. 8,000 rubber, that tracks. Or 4,000 coffee, that tracks. 4,000 clothes, okay. We're importing 4,000 silk, 1,000 lead. We're importing furniture. We should not be importing furniture. Yeah, the furniture manufacturers are doing pretty well for themselves. Although in general, I think it's more of just we're struggling with resources. There's not enough alloys. For example, and that I think is hurting us a lot. And part of the problem is there's not really enough electricity either. You know? $14 months. Yeah. Developing is tough. They cannot be trusted. And disreputable bookkeeper. No, I'd rather take 5% of bureaucrats become loyalists. Alright. Their incredibly undersupplied troops are getting beaten by our African colonies for the most part. Yeah, we have 14 more months of construction. Alright. Yeah, I'm worried that once I give off these two provinces to Abyssinia, there's international organizations. Yay! More oil in Darfur. Might as well develop it. We're probably going to end up a hyper-developed country, I think. And we're getting there. We've now fully built out the construction sector in Holland, right? Yeah. So, There's only 2 provinces left that need construction sectors. Have we incorporated Guyana? No. I'm not even really intending to hold on to it long term. I'm not sure what I'm planning on doing with it either, but, you know. For now, realistically, I think it's just a gold mining outpost, more than anything. And I should probably develop the gold there. Some oil and some rubber. But yeah, don't know what I'm doing with that. Alright, everyone's on board for White Peace, finally. Apparently, I can't grant, the Abyssinia. So, excuse me. Oh, right, that's actually disconnected, isn't it? Fuck. Right. We have to have Kordofan in order to do that. Alright. So you guys are still antagonistic. Oh god, you hate us. Why are we at -48 with you? I guess I've been generating a lot of infamy. I really don't want to be enemies with fucking everyone around me, you know? That I feel like opens me up a little too much for shenanigans. Sure, maybe I can actually fight Britain, France, or Germany. But I'm definitely not capable of fighting 2 of them, you know? There, we got a lot of stuff just being built in general. And I swear to God, every time I look back, we have more of a light fuel shortage. Which is kind of impressive when I consider that I just continually am building more oil refineries. Not in our interests. Alright. For the most part, I just want to make sure that I've got my subjects very pleased with me. Because eventually I'm going to need to start drafting some treaties, so. Safety of our sailors. Surprised you aren't getting coalitioned. Yeah. The reason we're not getting coalitioned is simply because this is a fucking Mexican standoff, you know? Everyone in this region now hates everyone, to the point that no one can work together with anyone. That's where we're at right now. In terms of Western European diplomacy. Here's the thing. That is not a stable state. And I would describe it as very likely to change. And I need to make sure it does not change against me. You know? So I want to cozy up to somebody at the bare minimum. Alright, so you guys want regulatory bodies. That's fair. We'll start with that. Not enough communications. Yeah, fair enough. Oof. Excellent. No. There. Automated bakeries. Hell yeah. Alright. They're in the same room. Pretty much are, yeah. Pretty much are, you know? Oh my god. It's actually George. Xavier Matron. We got Friedrich. It's the eve of the Great War. It kind of is. That's the thing. This could go tits up real easy if we're not careful. So we gotta make sure that it doesn't, or it goes tits up for somebody else first. Alright, I'm gonna move towards modern purification and synthetic fuels. So modern purification opens up the prospect of these for our mines, which replaces the steam donkey. Which, I don't know. I don't think it's actually very good, but maybe in 1.9 it'll be good, because the main problem is it consumes lubricant. Lubricant, as a general rule, has never been a thing I have been able to have enough of, you know? Because there's all these specific ratios and all that, and eventually, unfortunately, we're definitely going to be heading towards, like... Or catalytic cracking. Okay, no, that's vacuum distillation. That'd be if somehow I didn't need the light fuel. But yeah, we're heading for like catalytic cracking, which will get us 3 times as much lubricant as we have now. But yeah. The Russians are making their move there. Fair enough. Welcome their support. Okay, the U.S. embargoing us is, like, anyone who's maintaining an embargo on us, that is devastating for them, right? Right? Like, there's not really any way to slice it other than our block is... Yeah, it's number 1 block. Also, it's kind of them. Yeah. The only one who can do that and feasibly hurt me, I think, is Britain. Because I think Britain is currently where I'm getting most of my fuel imports from. You know? Which, yeah, that would hurt to lose. I wouldn't even lie. That would hurt to lose. Yeah. I guess also silk. Although we have a pretty diverse supply chain, so I'm not too worried. And there's always other methods. I'm actually kind of surprised now that I think about it. Military airships. Because don't we have some silk here, or am I crazy? Yeah, we don't have silk. Okay, fair enough. India, upon breaking free, just became its own imperial power, so... The good news is that we appear to actually be getting enough light fuel almost. Very much an almost. Like, what is this, 500-600 out? Yeah. We have enough light fuel. Okay. Oh, thank God. Just barely. Okay, it looks like actually our fuel imports have finally stopped. Thank God. Honestly, yeah, keep pumping up the Conservative Party because I need to, like, do something about the Radicals. They're a little out of control. You know? But oil will last forever. Ah, yes. Do I want the communists to be forever empowered? kind of tempting. It might be useful to have them. Nah. Calm the masses. Very well. Reduce the pollution in Friesland by 57. I doubt that really helped a whole lot, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Thanks. No, we just don't pay interest. Alright. So now I think it's time to see about moving forward. One, with analytical philosophy. Now that we have Phillips, eventually it's going to become prosperous, and that'll give us a little bit more. Yep, already is. Good. Let's move on to arc welding. Yeah, that's going to require even more electricity. This is really kind of a problem, is we just do not have the electricity. Desperately trying. Haven't even been able to finish the mines. Railways are being built. De-escalate. We don't need a strike. The law will get passed. South Germans from Austria. Yeah, we're getting, how do you say, poor huddled masses from all over Europe. Like, we're on national supremacy. To be fair, we've also gotten a lot of people migrating in from our colonies as well. United Europe at this rate. We might. We are valid to form Europe, right? Yeah, Central Europe. We should probably survey our skyscraper site. Might as well. On that note, I need... really get some more tax collection efficiency. Minus 50%? Oh, yeah. And I'll just give you 8. Minus 60. Give you 9. Alright. There. 17 months of construction now. I'm going to de-escalate everything after the iron mines. More or less, anyway. I don't think we need too much common ore or sulfur right now, or lead. No, just to fill things out. I don't even think we need the iron, but still. Alright. The investment pool is still growing. God. Apparently, so is our goddamn GDP. And number 1 in GDP per capita now. Our gross, like, GDP here is also in second. Get 5 more construction sectors. Alright. Armenians. Zimbabwe, Brazil's people look at this rate. Yeah. This rate. I mean, we're definitely densifying and urbanizing a lot faster than everyone else around here. Like, if I went to global population, like, it's starting to show, you know? It's really starting to show. Because, yeah, we got like 10, 11, 10. We're not quite at the levels of China yet, but at the rate we're going. How many polders can be built at this rate? Unfortunately, no more polders. You're only allowed to reclaim a very small amount of land. Alright. So that's more or less all the oil refineries that need to be built have been built in Friesland. Alright, that has brought the... Oh my god, there's just a shortage in the world market now. God damn. Or wait. Yeah. Because, yeah, that's in reverse. Wow, America. It's a shame America can't import things from me anymore now that there's an embargo. After getting the rest of the lowlands, yeah. Alright. The alloy plants, the electronics industry is good. The first Brazilian pop has arrived in Wallonia. Alright. Yeah, there's still just the mass migration. Still not enough power. Let's cut the Navy. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Five. Go on those. Alright. Relations are starting to neutralize a bit with the Germans. The possibility of an alliance is still functionally impossible due to antagonistic. Ah, yes. The Japanese-German Friendship Treaty. Oh boy. Alright. Oil rigs in Niger. Yeah, that shouldn't shock me too much. I think with all these refineries, yeah. The holes. Alright. All of them are that changed 1.9. That's a good question. I assumed embargoes were a stoppage of trade, but it might just be export embargoes. It's never really clear, right? It reduces the trade advantage for, yeah, I guess exporting goods. In that case, embargo you. Does anyone else have me under an embargo? The Austrians, the Indians, and the Spanish. Very well. God, this takes... It's not even worth it to embargo these people. I guess, to be fair, declare rivalry with India. I don't want to be rivals with India and the Qing, though. You know? Oh wait, wrong side. Still. About 50 years. I'm bound for 25. It's so steep to try and go up 25 years. Woof. They really don't want me to have investment rights. To be fair, I think they'd be a little more pleased if, you know, yeah, we didn't have our absurdly high infamy. What relation to the Japanese? I don't want these people to be my rivals. I guess in the end, it'll be fine. We'll eventually be able to thaw relations with them, but for now, nice. Alright. More random groups from the Russians. So the battery plants. How you guys doing? Well, you don't have enough electricity. Which is certainly a problem. Yeah, the oil rigs are coming up. They're currently on page 3. So it hopefully shouldn't be too long. Oh god, never mind. Okay, right. Never mind. I cannot actually construct in my overseas colonies, can I? Right. Alright, so because there's minus 33% from the unincorporated states, and then I have another minus 30% from, like, being a developed nation, that's gonna cripple it so much before we even get, you know, before we even get to the friggin' potential for unrest and all that. God damn. I would be happy to pursue this. I have been told by my lobby that you are interested in a defensive pact. Opportunity boost is plus 25. Yeah, that doesn't help. Alright, well. Not bad, just keep going. Just keep developing. Alright. Yeah. Urban centers, coal mines, oil refineries. It's all getting bought up slowly. Mm-hmm. How profitable are our companies these days? Yes. Yes. 68. Globally speaking, where are we sitting here? Yes. The Société Anonyme de Jean Cockerel is, by a sizable margin, the most profitable country or company in the world. We also have 3rd place and 5th place. And given how new Philips is, that's going to improve a lot. You know? I'd say there's a pretty solid chance in the near future of us actually taking control of the top 3 company spots. So, Mitsubishi. 3 monopolies. Washi paper. Yeah, no. Alright. Oh, yeah. Alright. We might have a chance at some diplomacy once our infamy decays. Below 50. Or at least that's the hope. I'm not going to research any more society techs. Because I don't want to push this forward at all. The longer we don't have decolonization, the better. You know? So we're just not gonna. Alright. Although, we're getting through T5 here pretty good. Aluminum, flash freezing, synthetic fibers. Silicon is just kind of useless, unfortunately. Like, eventually it's good, you know. Get the semiconductor. Alright. And then we can get the HYL process for our steel mills. But more importantly, the moment we reach Tech 6, we are heading right for catalytic cracking. You know? We are heading right for catalytic cracking. Are we in the machine? We have machine guns, I know. But, yeah, we haven't yet developed chemical warfare. Oh, good. Skyscraper site identified in Holland. Yes, I would like the foundations laid for that right away. Alright. Prestige. So, trade nexus. Oh, yay. Another 25% trade advantage. Alright. Seems easy enough. There's apparently, oh, a lot of problems. Is electricity shortage over? Kind of. It's certainly not in great shape. Brunei back down against the French Republic, yeah. Alright. So, let's just say I want to make a move here. Nice. We're apparently involved in some diplomatic play the French are as well, I guess. Yeah. Random revolts in Arabia. I don't care. Unfortunately, at this point, my interests are kind of global. Kind of global, anyway. Ah, yes. An uprising in British East Africa that will... that they can't do anything about. Yeah, that tracks. It's a very angry colony that would like to try and break free as well. It could. There's nothing Britain can do. Yeah, they're not conquering Bunrio either. Britain's still throwing what little it can into the Dark Continent, but there's just not much for it. Oh well. Alright. So heavy fuel is still acceptable price. We actually have enough electricity. Okay. So let's actually, now we've gotten the main crisis points out of our way for our economy here. What do I need? Well, never mind. We haven't gotten the main crisis point out of the way yet. We still have an absolute shortage of gas. Like, holy crap. Plus 73%. There's not even enough of this stuff in the world market. Yeah. The short answer is I just need more refining capacity. You know? That's it. This will also help slowly bring down the price of lubricants. 600. Okay, we can get some more lubricants in use. Let's get like another 20 levels of oil refinery here. Yep. Oof, the reinvestment rate has broken 1 million, as company headquarters continue to soar. Alright. That's the last of the peasants there. Okay. Pharmaceuticals. Okay. So the battery plant swapping to alkaline would be good. Also, all railways should be diesel at this point. Come on. Okay. I think, unfortunately, there's just a couple of things that are screwing with it. By the way, arc-weld steamships. Let's go. Arcades, of course. Yeah. Filmot. Alright. So petrochemical industries. Yeah, like we could do... I want to do polyethylene synthesis, but we just do not have the necessary light fuel right now. Okay. Advanced alloying techniques. That's where we get from silicon. That's going to be our first need for advanced ores. Okay. Which, I mean, we have common ore mines. I don't know if we actually have advanced ore mines in the Netherlands. I feel like at some point I saw some. Yeah. Okay, so there's some in Gelrite, but that's about it. That's fine, though. It'll be enough. We also have the colony still. Okay, let's get our battery plants going. You guys are doing classical, yeah. You guys will be doing modern productions now. Perfect. Yeah, it's not actually any better to switch to cinema until we have blockbuster films. So we won't. Realistically, we probably shouldn't do gasification. We have natural gas extraction now. So, I'll just build a well. Sure. What a ridiculous thing to say. Alright, got bauxite mines and everything else. Yeah. You know what, let's actually do silicon first, then flash freezing and synthetic fibers. Because I kind of want silicon soon. Thermal cracking, enhanced catalytic. Alright, green revolution will be helpful as well. That's another 15% throughput to our agricultures. It also unlocks us synthetic pesticides. Spread thin. Yeah, the Dutch-British League's falling apart at this point. Not really shocking. But yeah. You guys are also struggling. So synthetic pesticides will get rid of 500 farmer jobs. We already have no laborers left. Then eventually, if we can ever get to autonomous agricultural vehicles, that'll be another 500 farmer jobs gotten rid of. Bringing us down to only 1,500 workers per wheat farm. All right. Not too bad. But yeah. The oil refineries are doing good. We're desperately trying to produce enough oil. It's tough. Yeah, oil's actually starting to get a little more expensive. Although, in general, we're seeing it get developed as it, is discovered. All right, the main thing I now want to focus on is alloys. You have copper. You have the advanced. Although, in truth, we're approaching the point where it doesn't really matter anymore. So, let's build alloy plants. Like, we're approaching 100% mappy. It actually won't be long until we get 100% mappy, I'm sure. Keynesian economics is another 5%. Minus 25% political strength from wealth. Some of the later texts here do kind of get interesting in how they start changing your society. 50% political strength from capitalists. Neoliberalism's a rough one. Lose authority, lose minting. Political strength from wealth, just inverses. And capitalists will contribute a little bit more. Yep. Mind you, 5% capitalist investment pool efficiency is probably worth it. But it still hurts, God, does it hurt. Man. Oh, Lord. Our financial districts must keep building and buying. The Qing getting involved would be absolutely hilarious. So, I am at 43. You guys are still antagonistic to me, huh? Like, the answer or the question I have is why, right? Yeah, we're natural enemies. All right. Get you guys out here. $322 million. So I assume, yeah, I was going to say, our GDP is definitely at number 1 now, right? Yeah, we've completely overtaken the Germans. Yeah, our GDP is just kind of going vertical at this point. Which isn't a shock. Like, it's just kind of inevitable at this point. Yeah, automatic power looms, let's go. And should slowly get better as I try and roll out more assembly lines. Problem is still going to be some shortages of lubricant. Okay. Tooling workshops are stuck on rotary valve. Phew. Hey, motor industries, can you do assembly lines without breaking everything? God, I hope so. Excuse me, I think I set you guys to rotary valve. There we are. Alright, just plus 21%, that's good. Ooh, we can do HB steam reforming and fertilizer plants, that'll help. But yeah. Alright. You're on offset printing. There's not too many of any of these, so we'll get those. Yeah, the more labor-saving PMs I can put in, the better. So quartz glass allows me to get 10% more throughput. Uses slightly less lead. Not much, though. In exchange for some alloys and advanced ores. It's a thought. House where inox aluminum is going to kind of be my next goal, you know? But because of how many glassworks I've got, that's not going to be an easy switch over. I need the capacity to produce 3,000 aluminum and extra 1,500 electricity. Electricity we can handle. The aluminum, on the other hand, is tough. In part because, like, yeah, this is only half as much as I need, so I'm going to need at least, like, 20 levels of alloy plants. We're probably going to need to get this up to, like, level 40 or 50 before it'll maybe produce enough for everyone. I think with the alloy plants, generally speaking, I've always kind of needed to have some that do aluminum and some that don't. Unfortunately, you don't have any people right now. Yeah, 50,000. Apparently there's an alloy plant in here somewhere. Yeah, I can't control the Radical Party. They're simply out of control. Like, I could expand the franchise. That might help or might hinder. I'm not really sure. It'd certainly probably improve my government legitimacy for what that's worth. We're getting more popular vote, so. Ironically, it may reduce the political strength of our government a lot. Because it does have the amount of, like, political strength per government or per vote. And as our, standard of living continues to climb, the average wealth of our people is kind of approaching 25 as a result. Alright. It looks like we need a new commander here. Excellent. Tactful. And a brave defense strategist. I'm doing my best to not get more rural folk people as well. Really, it is kind of anyone but them. Okay, not somebody who's inept. We're not getting an inept person. Alright. So, advanced doors. Get some of those going. Within the list. The alloy plants are building, so that way we hopefully have enough alloys. Pharmaceuticals, yeah. Oof. Oil imports, yeah, that tracks. New Africa and the Confederacy. Yeah. Apparently we're also mass importing natural gas from everywhere now. Well, that doesn't seem right. We just have natural gas here. On the other hand, the problem is likely just that the natural gas is incredibly cheap everywhere else. Because no one started to use it yet. And everyone's still producing natural gas as a side product. It's basically just waste for them. If the Confederates banned slavery. Let's find out. No, they went the opposite direction. They're back to importing slaves. So is New Africa. Which, is there anyone left? There is. Like, they can still get it from the Sarawal. Or Sarawi. We literally cannot get involved here. Conquer Tamil Nadu. And they want their fucking the treaty port. Alright. The battleship is unlocked. Also did slavery. Yes, but that doesn't cause you to sell things to... Well, it does. That's one of the two things. In order to sell slaves to other nation, you have to both be a decentralized power and have debt slavery. But, yeah, which, as far as I know, pretty much all the decentralized powers do have that. I may be wrong, there might be a few that don't. Because I know there's, like, some decentralized powers in Asia. Maybe they wouldn't, but I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. But yeah, no. So they won't. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is it's time to unite the lowlands. So did the Hungarians or did the Austrians like finally fail the like Hungarian journal entry or what? God damn. Alright. So yeah, lots of alloy plants have been built. I'm trying to get industrial goods off our imports, you know? Ideally, I'd like to see more industrial goods on the exports, but just by sheer numbers, we may not be able to do that. failing, but not over yet. To be fair, I don't think Hungary's going to win, but, you know. All right. And countdown to war. And immediately diplomatic demands disappeared for some goddamn reason. Declare neutrality. Declare neutrality. Upgrade our artillery at this point, by the way. I'm sure hoping we have enough radios. God, I hope we do. I've been letting Phillips have its friggin' way with our country for a while. So, like, we better have enough radios. Apparently, we're struggling with the telecoms plants as well. In some of our areas. There's not getting built, I guess. I don't know. Here. Let's see. Telecommunications. Domestic, please. Make those available. Also, I feel like at this point as well, I might as well just build this. I don't know. Ah, yes. The Ottomans and the Qing have sided with the French, everyone. Don't make me do it, France. But I think I have to. Because if I'm going to be fighting the Qing, I'm going to set up for this. The freaking Qing. I'm going to have to kill a lot of people. And do you have enough ammunition production? God, I hope so. Well, it's not a significant importer cost yet. Looks good. We don't have enough telephones in the market, but otherwise we're fine. The telephones are consumer goods, so technically I don't care. We apparently have just barely enough radios. So that's nice. Alright. Yeah, I'm getting the recovery rate. We're gonna need it. A lot of fucking bullets to make those poppies grow. Yep. In Flanders fields, poppies grow while the wind blows on them, row in row. Liberate Flanders. Yeah. No. Good luck. We kind of have an advantage in that we should have the French more or less functionally under a blockade. Which may actually hurt them a little bit more than expected. And, yes, in the event that large sums of Qing troops should arrive, of course, they may also find themselves a little more in trouble. Yeah. We're just bombing our way through. It's a crush. Sentence him to harsh jail. Let's go. Oh yes, a corporatist this time. Very good. It may be time to move on to, like, guaranteed liberties. We'll see. On that note, yeah, okay, we are paying our men. We'll pay them good. Chinese men fighting Dutch in Dunkirk, yeah. The Indians are also landing in Normandy, so... Like, the French unfortunately have their hands full. Alright. No dude concept, simply no. Alright. I'm going to build out the remainder of the construction sectors all throughout our country. Then we're going to have to get the Low Countries up to snuff. It'll be tough, but I believe in us. But yeah, we've pretty reliably been able to crush our way through the French army. To be fair, this isn't really the French army, you know. We're not facing the French here. We are facing the Chinese army. Yeah. Oh. The Britons are fleeing. France actually dealt with its population decline. It's now in the opposite now. It gets minus 5% mortality permanently. That's good for it, yeah. It'll help. That mortality doesn't prevent war dead. No, but it does mean that their like wounded will not die as much. Because remember, wounded get sent back as, what do you call them? Dependents, which then over time turn into workers up to the ratio. So it does indirectly actually help. Trickle back, yeah. Century, but still, yep. The Dutch are approaching Paris anew. Alright. The Occitan mass immigration. Yeah. Yeah. The problem for the French, really more than anything, is they're struggling in this new world to keep their people. You know? That standard of living is just too low. In the meantime, mine's just kind of going up at a 45 fucking degree angle, which is terrifying. Riots in Paris as usual. Alright. Using the Chinese meat as meat shields, yep. There is barely any willingness at this point. Alright, we've got penicillin unlocked. Let's get to the 5th level of our health system. Alright. Every little bit helps. Oh no, NCO training. Boy, that sure would be a shame for France if I started to have squad infantry soon. France looks like they are, in fact, making the wise decision of surrendering 5 weeks before the artillery loaded with chlorine arrives. Yeah. That's probably for the best, France. There is no shame in that. Training pays off. Stormtroopers, thank you. Be in the incorporation. It's only 24 months. Pretty much immediately we're going to want to build 10, 10, and 5. 10 government admins. Let's start getting this place up to snuff, shall we? Once all that's built, then maybe I might be able to do some stuff with it, but we'll see. We have 300,000 peasants. What coal do they have left? They still have, like, a decent bit of coal. Lorraine's got their iron. Champagne has their iron. Okay, maybe not. They should have the Southern Rhone coal field, right? Yep. That might be about it, though. Oh, there's Avrange. There's also the coal field. And Aquitaine. Rather hilariously, if we liberated Occitania, that would in fact remove the remainder of the French's coal fields. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately we have apparently minus 95% construction efficiency here. You know, that's actually kind of reasonable. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to construct... Oh god, yeah. That's awful. That's awful. Extreme turmoil doesn't help either. Devastation, everything else. Yeah, no, France is kind of a backwater at this point. You know? Looks like they were, in fact, entering a nice little golden age before that war. Look at that little bump in their GDP and gone. And more. The Century of Humiliation, yep. Like I said, thankfully it doesn't take me too long to incorporate here, so... I do need just one power plant to be moving forward for legal purposes. We're going to be at 95% here for a while. The bare minimum. I mean, turmoil is, like, we can literally watch it tick down pretty aggressively here, so... As the police institution does its thing. There might be some additional help I can use, depending on what is required for it. No, we need electricity for modern healthcare. That would give us another minus 10% effects from turmoil. But yeah, is Russia doing better than France now? There's a solid chance of that, yeah. No. Still definitely no. Alright. So yeah, the British, the Germans would supposedly come to the aid. I doubt that. Unless you guys are making friends, you certainly aren't. Ah, yes. France wants Haiti. Spain sides the Confederacy. Alright. Well, that's certainly an interesting little war that's going to spool up. Health system to 5. There you guys go. That should help reduce your turmoil a bunch, huh? Lord. Yeah. Alright, and we've gotten synthetic fibers, everyone. Congratulations. Alright, so that is, in fact, Tier 5 complete. Please, dear Lord, I need catalytic cracking. God damn it. We also get turbo diesel engines, finally, as well, for our motor industries. Which are great. Then we can start on the Green Revolution. Rudimentary Appliance is also kind of cracked. It's high time our furniture manufacturers enter a bit of a new era. It may be a little less cracked than usual because of prestige goods, but we'll see. Because here's the thing, rudimentary home appliances produces home appliances. Apparently you guys can use home appliances. I think that might be for your gas-powered ovens thing. It's consumed by pops. Oh, it's also a luxury item. Interesting. Good to know. Theoretically, we do synthetic furniture molding. Yeah. Still minus 95%, but we're getting closer. You know? Oh my god, we actually do have hyper-developed country. God damn. Oh, fuck. We're trying. But it's all ticking down. Devastation, everything else. 10 more months till it's incorporated, and yeah. Oh. Oh. Italians and, yeah, okay, everyone seems to be on board with Czechoslovakia gaining its independence. There's definitely some sort of journal entry or something that's going on in there. that I was not privy to. Yugoslavia is remaining loyal for now, but we'll see how long that lasts. United Principalities still haven't managed to put Romania together. Alright. Not bad, though. Not bad at all. Does Brittany have any coal fields in it? Am I... No, Normandy just got iron. Yeah. Slow but steady wins the race. It looks like we're getting there. Yeah. If we get some of the construction sectors done, it tends to help a bit. Ah, yes, large number of Russians from Russia are mass migrating to Holland. Well, that should be a good number of them. Yep. 50,000 a week, is that arriving? Yes. Yes, it is. Goddamn. And that's just in Holland. They're also landing in the surrounding areas. Well, another 150,000 there. We're still working to establish order. Only 6 more months until it's incorporated, which should help. Let's also start improving the Workplace Safety Office. Yeah, it looks like a couple of railways could be used. It's still up. We are above 95% finally. Good news. Alright. Like, it is slowly ticking up. So, you know, we're like, there's still 15% devastation, for crying out loud. We're trying to get this place repaired and incorporated. Turmoil's below 50. As more aid arrives. Alright. But, like, the standard of living here has just kind of jumped. Assuming it was, you know, like the 14-ish we see here. It's now already up to 18. The Free Trade Party. So the Radical Party remains together for the time being, despite having a corporatist. Okay. %. Yeah, things are getting a lot better now. Mm, 7 weeks, 33% penalty goes away. But half the ticking stops since the turmoil effects will no longer be being reduced. But to be fair, turmoil's gone down a fair bit, so... And I think we'll just kind of continue to go down. After all, more people are getting jobs. Alright. Supporting the Austrian workers. Very well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does not look like there's a whole lot of unifying going on. Oh yeah, the Ottomans also crashed, you're right. Look at this, Iraq is free. I wonder if it was caused by a tech, right? So while we may not have decolonization, this did happen not too long after, like, international orgs, right? So I'm wondering if that is a breakdown tech for them. Right, we can make him shell-shocked. Of course we know who attacked him. It was us. Don't question the secret police. They know what they're doing. Alright. Franco-Provençal mass immigration, yeah. The French are just kind of leaving in mass, so. Alright, we got thermal cracking, which, hey, that's a start. So yeah, we can now do turbo diesel engines. But not only that, we can get a hell of a lot more lubricant and everything else that we need. Thermal cracking, baby! So, I have kind of a problem, which is that thermal cracking is going to dramatically reduce the amount of heavy fuel we produce. I basically have two ways I can go about this, and dealing with this. Because catalytic cracking will actually remove heavy fuel from production. I think the only solution I functionally have is the gas turbine. I have enough natural gas that's not a problem, and a lot of the world is still using, natural gas basically as a waste product, so it's worthless. So while it hurts us anyway, it might not be that big of an issue. Everything building right now, which is fine. Yeah. All the stuff's actually kind of built. Look at that. There's no more turmoil. There's still some devastation, but it's getting better. And should be done soon. Use HFO, of course. Phillips just immediately buys anything that we build on this front. Alright. So, as far as state actions go, let's reset your production methods to the standard. Alright. And that, I guess, as well. Okay. Not too shabby, really. That said, I do need to rework some decrees. We're going to do away with the enlistment efforts. And instead throw down road maintenance. Encourage manufacturing. And, of course, the greener grass campaign. Oh, never mind, we can't. Well, either way. But yeah, we now have gotten the Low Countries. Standard of living jumped another 6 points. There we go. That I think bought us the loyalists there that we needed. Alright. Yeah. So, how large of a diaspora of Russians did I pick up out of curiosity here? Ah, yes. 5.15 million Russians. Yeah, hydrogeneration plants will start to go up for sure. Like they can just do coal liquefaction, they get light and heavy fuel, that's it. We do need some of those because once we have catalytic cracking, that's the only way we get heavy fuel. And heavy fuel is still used in ports. You know? That is in fact a lot of Russians, yes. Here's the real question now. I actually have enough light fuel. Guys. We can do plastic made from oil now. Electric field pump, go. Alright. Is that visible on Russia's pop graph? Not really. But that definitely was a couple percent for them, so. Pop graph only goes to 1896, yeah. I don't know what caused like the pop graphs to have that problem, where like they just change what they're recording. I know if you change countries, it'll do that. And it seems like a few other times throughout the game, sometimes saving and reloading breaks it as well, but only sometimes I've noticed. God damn. Yeah, we need a lot more electrics. Let's go. There's 31,000 peasants there. There was 300,000 peasants here, right? There was. What in the goddamn did I put them all to work? I just deployed infrastructure. Off into the advanced war on something? I don't know. I don't know. On that note, the rest of our mines need to be upgraded to the electric field pump as well. Sure, for the few that I own, I should make sure we got that going. We do have electric sawmills. Good. Yeah, this is just straight up a labor-saving PM, basically, which is good. Also produces more. Alright, so the good news is the upgrade in our cracking process Should mean that we do now have more lubricant. Get assembly lines going on you guys at least. Rotary valve engines on the petrochem. Alright, do I actually legit have assembly lines on everything except... I think I do. Except the tooling workshops. Okay, tooling workshops to assembly lines. Let's go. All right, that made lubricant expensive, but not prohibitively. And we are currently working on cat cracking. So once we have cat cracking, that's going to be more light, a lot of light fuel and lubricants. Yeah. Not a little bit more anyway. Not a ton. We can't switch over that until gas turbines is done though, I think. Because there's just simply no way there's going to be enough HFO. Like, we do not have the heavy fuel oil required. If, you know, we're relying entirely on the hydro generation plants. Like, the power plants have been nothing but a godsend for us, but it's pretty clear I'm going to need to move over to gas turbines, you know? So, furniture. How are you guys doing? Like... We need a lot more plastics, I'm pretty sure. The game's letting me on. Bam. I can't believe there's just no more peasants here. Also, apparently, by and large, people are emigrating. That might be part of it. We also apparently need more electrics. Alright. Perhaps unsurprisingly, we are out of peasants. Enhanced cat cracking. Perfect. Cool. Yeah. God. Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Animist, Hindu. Jesus Christ. So many. Oh. And somehow, still not enough. I guess this is the thing. We're just kind of siphoning off the pops like a straw from everywhere at this point, aren't we? Yeah. Wow. As the United Netherlands, we now have a larger population than Germany. And France. And Britain. Third of the country is loyalist. How are you guys feeling about me these days? You're looking pretty good. Sure, military access. 50 maintenance for the Dutch note. Yeah, I know that's great. So, here's the thing. What if we could get a monopoly on what you've got here? I mean, apparently that's a large part of your industry. Which, to some extent, is actually rather shocking. I guess the thing is that operates under the assumption that, you know, they have industry. They certainly don't have much. Maybe it's fine. We don't need the monopolies. El Salvador, the nation that is, I think at this point, made up of mostly just capitalists. Yep. We're trying to match that, but that's pretty tough. I mean, what do our demographics currently say, anyway? Clerks are 20%, machinists 18%, laborers 16%. Oops. Capitalists have kind of stagnated around 2%, actually. To be fair, some of this might change somewhat dramatically once, you know, we ditch Equatoria and all that. After all, there was like 2.1 million here. Alright, looks like China and India are gonna fight. Good God. Also, rudimentary home appliances. This one's gonna be good. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of dead for this one. Ooh, baby. Where was I? Rudimentary home appliances. So I kind of talked before about home appliances because they're pretty good. They are heating needs, they are household items needs, and they are luxury items as well. They fill 3 niches, and importantly, they're actually just very good at filling those niches. You know? A household appliance is 7 wood. The closest is oil at 2 wood. So, pretty good. As far as household items go, a household appliance is 4.66 units of furniture. As far as like even a luxury item goes, it's at 2.33, equivalent to like a TV or a computer. It's not quite fine art levels, but it'll do. So if we can get rudimentary home appliances, that's great. The main problem with getting enough of that is we need more plastic. Which, God willing, we can actually get. Alright. Easier said than done. So I think I got flash freezing, right? Yeah. It'll at least free up a few more people to work here. Not many, though. Yeah. Getting enough telecommunications is hard, apparently. We need to invent mass propaganda in society to improve that. Very well. That may take a while then, because I'm not trying to advance society tech any faster. We want to wait a little bit before decolonization hits. Alright. It's almost time to get rid of colonial offices. Almost. Okay, so the East African Peasant Revolt is the entirety of East Africa, right? Oh yeah, you guys had the Indian Ocean Islands. That's right. So you've been exiled there. All right. So the British have lost their last East Africa holdings. Congratulations. All right. All it took was some patience. All right. So you're wary now. There's at least the possibility of friendship, right? Alright, I'll do investment rights. 25 years. I don't intend to actually allow that, but... make it an alliance. There. So despite being in an alliance, it's not good enough for them. Okay. Alright. They're still pissed. Oh well. Either way, it's enough for now. Watch the break the treaty 5 years later, yeah. We'll see. So yeah, that transfers hedges to Britain. The Suez Canal isn't even built yet. Like, goddamn. I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess I did take, like, a French province. Alright. Good. So... yes, I'd like to monopolize the power plants. Yeah, setting up the monopolies, I don't know if it's actually needed. Like, we just have so much capital at this point that they can't compete, you know? It's been growing pretty rapidly. And as far as I can tell, like I look across our population here, I'm kind of worried that we are in fact running out of peasants. Yeah, there's only 800,000 peasants left there, 100,000 left there, 1,000 left there, 2,000 left there. This is kind of why I was upset before with the Qing rivalry. Because the truth is, I think I need more locations for my capital markets. Yes. Declaration of Rotterdam. I mean, it's 25%. I'll take, or 87%. I'll take it. All right. So that gained us access for just a embassy and a guarantee of independence. Now, we can offer more embassies. They might be willing to give us monopolies, you know? Minus 283. Minus 300. 300. Why is this so much more? Major powers and generals just minus 200. Woof. Fair enough. But either way, this should be an acceptable location for capital outflow as needed. All right. Concrete fortifications. Okay. All right. I'm just going to annex you. It's 38. Yeah. Apparently. Oh, Egypt has become recognized. Well, congratulations. Yep. Well, 38. I'll pay for it. I don't actually think I have to do anything, but we'll see. Like, the British will be under a blockade. Britain is uncertain. No shock. Alright. You call your ally, I call mine. So, whilst India and China fight each other, how are they doing, by the way? Ah, yes. Already we see 700,000 dead and rapidly climbing. So yeah, plus 1,000 attitude. That actually might make this possible to renegotiate worth a damn. What the fuck do you mean you're antagonistic? Alright, whatever. Anyway. British Eritrea. Hang on, I'm going too far again, aren't I? So, Amhara isn't on here. Oh, there it is. 19. British Eritrea. So there's also Oromia. Yeah, 19 and 17. That was with 4 left. Alright, I think that's enough. Or at least it will be close. Ah, damn, not quite enough. Oh yeah, the British in general is going to have some trouble. That said, upgrade all the capital ships to battleships, please. We're still on dreadnoughts. We have, you know, scout cruisers instead of destroyers at least, so. Alright. So. Reasonable amount? Okay. Let's do gas-fired here. Not great. Not terrible. I'm gonna try and slowly get us off of HFO, you know? Got work to do. Plus 30, I want to build some more first. I don't think there's enough power in use here, so this is fine to swap to gas. Holy shit, guys, yeah, Flanders. Alright. French are coming to Flanders. Excellent. Flanders is surrounded on all sides, so all of them get absorbed. There's not going to be anyone, you know, migrating to the edge of their own country. Alright. Japanese talent. No. Yeah, we have an obligation with Japan, so. I wouldn't worry too much. Probably don't want to risk going to 100. But we'll end up having taken most of the major population centers anyway. Yeah. Their world market access is sinking. There may be some infrastructure problems, of course, for them as well. Now, looks like they have enough engines. The problem is probably their population isn't able to consume as many automobiles as before. That may actually destroy some of their infrastructure, which would be hilarious if it did. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it is. Oh my god. They can't import cars, so the home front collapses. Not in our interests. Yeah. The American fleet's also here. Alright. There. But the Kriegsmarine and the Koninklijke Marine will be undefeated. I recognize that the blockade should just kind of be enough to start limiting them, but it doesn't look like it is. It might be that I need to explicitly blockade, like, here. Or otherwise, as well. Because I'm not really yet sure how the supply route stuff gets calculated. Although, alternatively, if I just happen to blockade here, or here, since there's channel, but also here, that might start putting them under blockade pressure. I'm not sure, though. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Alright. So we'll head down there and just blockade them there. Okay. Alright. Because, you know, one would think that they should have some supply issues here. Yeah. At the end of the day, I've taken 7,000 casualties. Getting Germany to soak up most of the debt is very helpful. Alright. Now how are you guys doing? Looks like it's kind of working, but also at the same time, they definitely are not like having supply issues. So just keep sinking that and start sinking ships, like convoys, I guess. Maybe that can help. No, wrong side. Right. Good. Slowly still trying to weaken the Radical Party, because 500 momentum's too much. Alright. That is another tier 6. Nice. So, I'm going to probably just grab semiconductors at this point. Basic electrics for a lot of our, you know, factories will help a lot. And then I also should get supermarket. Because this gets us insulated packaging, which actually makes one of the main reasons that we have the food standardization obsolete, you know? It gets rid of efficient canning practices. More support plus 70. Alright, so the US will simply never leave. On the other hand, is it finally starting to hurt somebody? No. It just looks like in general the British Army may finally be in a state of collapse. How helpful. Is achievable through capitulation. If these guys capitulate, it's going to be so sad. I guess it can't actually end in a white peace, though, can it? Maybe it can, I don't know. But yeah, they also can't get more troops in or leave now, so... at some point, that front's just going to collapse. Or from the bell tolls. Go with popular but inept candidate. Got a moderate. Alright. Yeah, getting a little bit more of a vote here. Oh wow, Petit Bourgeois is starting to take off. How nice. Echo sounding, perfect. We might need like a carrier fleet for, you know. Ooh, plus 500 blockade strength. Plus 500 blockade strength, plus 40 blockade strength. Okay, so either kind will do. But getting carriers for like a fleet to raid convoys might not be too bad. Oh, yeah, that's mostly for convoy escort. We need the nuclear submarine. Which, that's still probably a ways out. Call it a hunch. Destroyer. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Alright. Plus 82. Even the Germans are starting to grow war weary from their casualties. These Americans, though, they're taking too many. I mean, it's fair. We've organized a situation mostly just throw our colonial troops at the British and, you know. Alright, looks like the Qing-Indian War finally gave up. Instead now, it's the Qing-Russian War. It seems like Asia in general is also joining us and having like a multi-way standoff. Yeah, we have 1.9 million reinvestment. Goddamn. Rather concerningly, we are, I think, about to more or less reach the construction cap, aren't we? I might still have to acquire additional land for construction sectors. Because I don't think I get any additional stuff from here out, but I might be wrong. I could be wrong. You know, I don't think there's any additional construction sector levels. Alright. Completely surrounded, but able to continue fighting with full efficiency. It doesn't matter. We got Egypt's capital, so. The Americans, though, they do not wish to surrender. The British alone have 500,000 dead. Oh. And another 1 million wounded. Yeah, America, I don't think it matters if you want to keep going. The British can't handle the casualties. You know? Mm-hmm. Then the news closes on Shiwa. There's still a couple of, you know, other minor Somali princes that we can probably look to take out. But then we'll have Abyssinia, more or less under our total control. Any society tech spreading? None. Honestly, that's fine. Oh no, mass propaganda has begun spreading. That's fine. We still have 2 more to spread before even theoretically decolonization can occur. Although I guess theoretically we would also need antibiotics, so. Aluminum shortage in the Dutch market. Not particularly shocking. Alright, so I have been building a spare alloy plant here for just such an occasion. Ah yes, I need 3,400 aluminum, you say. Or I now have 3,400 aluminum. Alright, well. Transjordan. Oh yeah, I guess Egypt owned that, didn't it? Whoops. Oh well. And amazingly enough, I can't actually release it. Alright, well, in the next war we'll have to, you know, unify that region. But for now, I have some great news. Oh yeah, right. The Americans are still attacking us. Alright, they're willing to go home. Oh, I can grant you Transjordan as well. That's good. In that case, I'm making your problem. Kordofan. Blue Nile. Amhara. Darfur. Aquitania. Oh yeah, also apparently Crete. Alright, well. They had more than I thought they did. I guess that explains why they were a little more expensive to annex than expected. That's fine, though. Oh, and Emirate of Transjordan. There you go. We'll just have 2 new vassals. Sell Crete to the Greeks? Nah. Alright. That spikes our standard of living to 26. farms in Chubu, yeah. We've got a lot of private construction ongoing. Okay. The West Switzerland Uprising. They're trying to break free and establish communist Switzerland. As they do. Alright. So, Ireland is also now free. One car bomb too many, eh? That'll happen. I like that they didn't get sold Alaska and just kind of went around the Alaskan company. Some weird shit happens. $16 infamy? Yeah, fair enough. 16.9, gotta be careful. Yeah, that's fair. You should probably just have your own market. You're kind of an isolated mess right now. Alright. But yeah, pay off our loans, all's well. What we need to do is try and get more places to invest in. Places with large numbers of peasants. Like, I would like to end my rivalry with you guys. End my embargo. Hell. End our embargo with the French. You know? No more embargoes. Cautious. We are their natural enemy. I feel like I have no choice but to like try and cut up the German Empire in order for my own safety. I guess I don't really have to be afraid. I gotta remember that at the end of the day, the German population is actually stagnant. So is mine, but I have immigration. Importantly, a lot of immigration from even Germany. What happened in Indonesia? Literally nothing. They're just there. They're just chilling. The better question is, what... or I guess the question is still what happened in Indonesia. But why hasn't Indonesia happened is a better question. You know? They just really didn't do anything this game. Alright. I think it's fair at this point to say I am going to rival Britain. And the US. We need to try and warm our relations with the Chinese enough that something like investment rights becomes possible. Is something preventing relations with India? Apparently I still have an embargo on them, so that would be... Or no, they have an embargo on me. So it's just really slow. There's like this little window where it's like 82, which is interesting. If somebody's running a massive budget deficit, they appear to be rather willing to take only up to a certain amount of money up to their budget deficit. And, well, fair enough. Military encryption. So, I have a few more things to change over right now. I only have 5 levels of rye farms. Apparently. To be fair, our efforts have basically put farmers out of business, so that's understandable. Yeah, that would do it. But yeah, the French population is basically, or French Low Countries, right? That's a good question. Last I looked, they were around like 2 million. They're still kind of there. They're struggling to grow. Yeah. Sure, the positive movement can continue. All right. So the fascist movement appears to actually be losing some steam, which is good. Liberal movement. Also, I'm sorry, am I down 4,000 bureaucracy again? Every goddamn time I just look up, I have a massive deficit of bureaucracy, and it's wild and confusing. We still have telephone shortages, so I'm not doing that. Also, any plans to be less nationalist? I was actually just looking at the anarchist for that specific thing. Like, I could definitely go off of national supremacy at this point. Decline. Like, it might be a solid option. And yeah, unfortunately the GDP ownership outside the colonies is kind of tough to tell. The only easy way to find out really is by looking at the leverage for each individual company. Or, well, yes, each individual company / country. For example here, if I have a look at this dependent, would you believe that I own 40% of Dutch Abyssinia? That's actually the one I've shown the least of, because a lot of that's probably still owned by Britain. Comparatively, 80% of the Dutch Congo. I think there's a map mode for it. Is there? Oh, there is the GDP ownership map mode, yeah. Okay, yeah, in individual states, I can see kind of how much I've got. So you're making excellent headway. We own 30% of the Japanese economy, it looks like, already. That's good stuff. The Japanese are cooked. No. The Japanese aren't cooked. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh god, you're already on protected speech, eh? So we do this, right? Hear me out. You know what? It is 77%. Go for it. Okay. The Barak and Waterland Agreement. So this commits Japan to free trade, which will put them from plus 25% leverage resistance to minus 25% leverage resistance. In addition to the power block embassy, of course. That should do it. All right. We've been aggressively electrifying Japan by the looks of it. Nice. But yeah, most of our construction these days is actually in Japan. God damn it. So we're just buying up the entire Japanese economy. Oh my god, did you guys really go in for fucking round 2? We're already at another 1,000,000 dead. Decolonization will happen in 1937. That would be pretty impressive. Trying to force open the Chinese market. Yeah, that's weirdly enough was on their goal the last time. Which I assume means that the Qing are still on isolationism, or their Canton system. Yeah. So, Japan, I would personally enjoy having a treaty port in you. Can we make that happen, you know? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Yeah. Good job. Abyssinia seems to be cleaning up their own zone pretty well. Alright. So we now have the insulated food. We are starting to build airplanes. Good. Okay. So with insulated food packaging, as you can see, it's actually now the same, although half as much fish. And instead we'll use some aluminum. Of course, I guess the question is, how's our aluminum production? Oh no. No, don't shrink that. We need it. Fuck, I got sidetracked at some point and forgot to actually use aluminum on stuff, didn't I? Oh no, we do actually need the aluminum. Oh god. Hire quickly. Oops. And god, do we need a lot of bauxite now too. That's going to have to start getting dug out of the ground at record pace. Yeah, we don't have any local sourceable, but It's not hard to necessarily get my hands on some. See, like 20 bauxite mines go. Alright. Sponge iron's good. Good steamline trains, fair enough. Modern tools is actually very good. Although it's another use for plastic, which always hurts. That. Elastomers. Sponge iron will improve our steel mills nicely. Alright. Okay, we're just getting behaviorism now. Leaving only Keynesian economics in this tier. It's sad because I definitely want to like quickly grab the highway system, you know. That would help a lot. Building for a bit, yeah. Alright. Yeah, there's literally not enough bauxite, but at least for the most part here we've managed to get enough aluminum. Luckily it shouldn't be too much more. Sud Cameroon. You guys are considered a fucking developed country? Honestly, you know what? Good job. Alright, Japan has begun to pass free trade. Which, once passed, pretty much ensures our control. And, like, Japan will join our fucking republic. Or not republic, but our trade bloc. European country at this point. I mean, yeah, basically. Combined, they're able to fight one. You know? Like, it's really just Niger who's got an army. $234 million GDP. Yeah, they are number 4. They are the same level as China. Mobile armor. Yeah, fucking right. Alright. A place in the sun. Alright. So yeah, that's a boatload of bauxite mines. Which... there's demand for bauxite, so... like, there's a lot of demand for bauxite. Come on. Higher up. Let's go. Need more. Oh, yeah, look at that. Turns out very profitable. Not quite rubber profitable, though. Yeah, we have not had to switch to synthetic rubber production yet. The rubber is still flowing. Yeah. Yep. I will permit the term Niger. You are in fact allowed to say the name of countries. Yep. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, I think the auto mod settings have become a little bit problematic. And it's become a little bit defensive lately. I'll see if I can adjust the settings and liberalize it a bit more. Unfortunately, it's kind of an inevitability. We're going to be tripping the damn thing constantly. Alright, more light fuel and more lubricants. Good. How's HFO doing? Good. Alright, I am going to perform the final swap over to gas fire. And that should do us okay. Let's move to catalytic cracking, advanced wiring. Let's get transistors going. Good. Alright. Just need to do a couple checks. First up, the port's okay? Port's okay. Good. Second up, oil refinery. You're okay? You're okay. In fact, wow, light fuel's a little on the cheap side. We have an even amount of lubricant. Okay, so with an even amount of lubricant, have I swapped over... Yeah, basic electric control. Have I managed to swap over the tooling workshops yet? I have, okay. We seem to actually have enough lubricant for now, which is delightful. How's the culture map mode for the world looking right now? That's a good question. Let's find out. See if there's anything out of the ordinary. No, not really. Not even in my country yet. Except for... that's a lot of Bakongo people. Understandable. We've had a lot of immigration. Alright. But otherwise, pretty much exactly what you would expect. North Italian, German, Slovak. Yep. The mess. More mess. A little bit of Turkish there. Shriki, Bedouin, yep. There is pretty much nothing out of the ordinary anywhere. Shockingly. Like, there's a bunch of slave cultures all present around here, which, yeah, that seems right. The West has not been particularly well settled. Yes, a truck of Franco-Canadians were sent to the West Coast to get rid of them. Very good. But, no, this is a disgustingly normal world. The Egyptian desert is Korean. Oh. So it is, just barely. Huh. I skipped over a little bit there, didn't I? Whoops. Yep, they're Korean, yep. There's one little weird thing of Hindustani. In misery, they're fighting for that, literally watching it flip-flop its color back and forth. K-pop and the Sahara. No, not K-pop. They're just slaves. They're not happy enough to sing K-pop. Alright, so, in terms of insulated packaging, how are we doing here? Well, it's going to need probably many thousands more aluminum, which is not great. Do jazz band. And swing dance. yes, we can now also start doing TVs. We'll look into that. Uranium glass, although that's really just kind of hilarious. It's not really of any use. So is this actually any good? No, this is terrible. Okay. I was wondering because it had like the throughput modifier. Alright. So move on to electric sewing machines at the bare minimum. I don't think synthetic fabrics are going to be good for a while, but we'll see. So insulated packaging is going to be another 2.4K aluminum. Like, how stable is our alloys levels, you know? Not very. That's going to be a bit of a problem then. Also, goddammit, apparently I'm down another 2,000 bureaucracy. Alright, minus like 10%. We're still fine here. 14, 27, 41 in Friesland. Fair enough. Let's squash that. How is the market doing on telephones, by the way? Still plus 65%, so we're not switching over yet. Yeah, there is just far too much pop consumption of these. You know? Yeah, no. Oh, a fascist party formed. Yeah, that's fair. Well, we'll see how you do. God damn. So all of the company executives are part of the petit bourgeois and are just basically empowering the crap out of them. Alright. For national unity. Yeah, sure, let the fascist party get a little bit of a bump in. The radicals still have just total control, so. More rubber discovered in Kenya, nice. Economic dependence. Yeah, from poor relations. Alright. Rebuff them. Poor laws are fine. We'll see what we can do. Corporate discounts for socialist demagogue. Nice. That said, I think I'm going to take an anarchist. If anything. Like, if anything, I'd prefer to move towards, like, old age pension or something, but sure, we'll start with poor laws. Since they are demanded of me. Alright. Modern tools spreading, I heard. And it looks like it's done. So. Modern tools. That's going to start requiring a lot more of random crap. Electronic components and incredible numbers. Yeah, we don't have enough plastic. Alright, so the extra alloys plant, good. set up for some additional aluminum. Because, would you guess, it's time... Fuck. What was it that needs aluminum again that I wanted to switch over? Food industries, right? Yeah. To insulated packaging. Go. And yeah, now we need even more bauxite, but that should get mined up pretty quickly. Alright. Radical, 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 radical. Yeah, we've been trying to beat back the radical momentum because it's just gotten out of control. Just beat them back a little bit every time, you know? Alright. Okay. Well, hopefully we can stop being cold with the Chinese soon. Antagonistic. Notorious. Yeah. Principle of population. Malthusian arguments. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. I think at the end of the day, I'm just going to have to accept I have to buy all the telephones. And it's going to suck. You know? I'm just really dragging my feet on this. But it's going to need another 1,000 telephones. But, that's fine. Alright. Apparently gets me plus 1 million. So. So Japan, how you doing? You have free trade. I'm glad to hear. Alright, we're heading for a leverage advantage of 166. Alright. And so really we just need to own more of their country at this point, and we're good. It seems like, anyway. Airports. Goddamn. There's some extra stuff here. It seems like they are in need of a fair bit of sulfur. Or otherwise. Ooh, their glassworks, their food industries. Their glassworks are monopolized, fair enough. They've handed a paper monopoly out. Okay. Laissez-faire doesn't grant any reduction, although it would prevent them from granting out those annoying monopolies. It may be better to just try and force them on no migration controls. Hello here. I'm here to collect an or to offer another embassy. In exchange, however, I expect that you will lift the migration controls. Woof, not interested in article. Very well. How about company monopoly? I guess that's the thing. You're a major power, so you really just don't care. Military assistance, actually just on its own. Like, it grants the leverage I need. Let's say 25 years, sure. Okay. That'll be all the leverage I need. For sure now. Yeah, 242. Alright. Meiji modernization. Alright, fast food's coming through. Modular furniture. Yeah. Robotics is a fun one to start on, because that's what we need for like the next tiers of automation. Check mass immigration, nice. Alright, they actually have Shinto as their religion. Shocking. Mexicans. Sometimes I question if I actually need to be less racist. By all means. And there's Keynesian economics. Any tier 6s spreading? Nope. Now Mexicans can enjoy Mexican standoff in Europe, yep. So, at this point, I think it's fair to say I have too much money. Reinvestment hasn't really been climbing too much. So I'm going to increase wages and slash taxes. Huzzah! I don't care. Alright. That should hopefully help. And the private queue is currently using up the entire queue, which is pretty good. That means we are actually just building as fast as possible. Alright, our leverage is growing. We still have a little bit of a fight left against Britain. And here. Alright. Less racist. Yeah, I mean, we're still on national supremacy. Like, we're pretty racist, you know? We're pretty racist. So the average standard of living has increased by 3.2, apparently. Suggesting to me that the average wealth level of our people has achieved 24.5. Like, at this point, it's pretty much showing that, you know, wealth voting is actually the most democratic. Because it puts so much political power in from wealth. Or not from wealth, sorry, but from the votes. Yeah. Natural gas rigs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Social Security is the last institution I need, so... helping, so it's not racist. I mean... We'll see. $2.7 million, so they're actually growing. I was worried that the French Low Countries was going to decay into a failed state. But, congratulations to them. They aren't. I was worried for a bit there. I really was. But I thought, you know, it was like 2 million should be safe, but then I saw it at first. It was like, wow. Alright, so we got the ultra-processed shit now. We also have beverages and cola. But yeah. The food industries now are disgustingly productive. Alright. Alright, we actually have an industrial good on our exports, finally. Thank God. The main problem is, apparently we're just importing a bunch of telephones from the friggin' Japanese. If there's any monopoly I can get, it would be on the electrics industry in Japan. Like, this would be the one to do it, you know? It's only plus 20 to grant them a counter monopoly. More telling fast food, too real. Yeah. Out of curiosity, does that affect workers? I don't know, that's for all pops. That's unscaled, so is that hitting the pops in the state? How is that working? Food industries in Holland, urban center in Holland. Yeah, very well. Our medical system can handle it, just barely. Kind of. Good enough anyway. Antibiotics aren't spreading yet, so that's good. Alright. 178 leverage. We're almost there. Iron from Level's notorious. Increasing leverage. The attitude is cooperative. I guess the thing is I can put theoretically join power block here. Oh, apparently that adds 15 to the treaty, so this shouldn't be too bad once they are actually able to join. 193. Alright. So, on that note, I kind of talked about this before, but food standardization and colonial offices kind of need to go. You know? Foreign investment is theoretically what I need to potentially keep everyone together, but we'll see. Transportation infrastructure is really good. You know, 10 economy scale building cap. freedom of movement is, I don't think, necessary. And it should be fine. I should be fine without it. Sure. Sure. Why not? So, let's draft up a treaty. Join power block. In exchange for an embassy. Everyone, please welcome the Japanese to the Orange Block. Alright. Alright, not bad. That actually neutralized a lot of our telephone issues. Thank God. Alright. You got millions of dollars anyway, do I? I'm pretty sure I'm struggling to get enough people employed here. Good job, everyone. There's a lot of big wars in this era. Everyone's just kind of going at it, you know? I think Colonial offices is the next one to go. But I just still don't know what to replace it with. Like, I have some options, you know? Like, Advanced Research 3, which would get me even more science output. Transportation infrastructure is there as an option. A very good option. So is construction. Which, I don't know. I don't think construction. The time of vassals is passing. So, I guess when I think about it, the main two I consider important are advanced research and transport infrastructure. Because I think I just kind of accept that none of them are ever really going to be able to leave the block. I own too much of their shit. You know? Abyssinia is kind of an odd one out right now. But otherwise, yeah. And I could probably get some additional, like, treaty leverage on them without too much issue. Why do you have a bad diplomatic stance with me? Cloud of anti-Dutch lobbies. Yeah. That doesn't help either. Alright. So we're about to get fast modular furniture. Unfortunately, that's going to be additional plastics consumption. Which, I don't know how that's going to go. I guess we'll find out. But, like, I'm pretty sure plastics are just kind of an eternal thorn in our side. The entire world needs them. You know? Everywhere should probably have at least one petrochemical industry, so that way the AI notes to be building them. Kind of same with electrics industry. Plus the electrics industry I need to kind of split soon, so... Because here's the thing. We can start making televisions. But I can never stop making radios. Alright, so we can now do fast modular furniture. So if I tried to upgrade to that, what would the cost be? I need another 7,500 plastic. Yeah, good fucking luck. Yeah, and then there's the concept of stretchwear, which requires plastics for the fucking clothing factories as well. Plastic is what is in demand. Alright. So as far as degrees go, I think I can just toss down the greener grass on you now. And honestly, I should probably promote national values here and here. Places where we have the smallest number of truly accepted people. Yeah. We need to try and get these people Dutchified. Alright. Oof. You can see all those invasion arrows on Britain. It's looking rough. But yeah, we're hitting the first televisions to market now, which should hopefully help a little bit with our people. Our standard of living is 3 plus 3.2, so yeah. We are over 25 now. The average person is now wealthy enough to vote with wealth voting. I wonder if I'm going to take more French land. I'm of two minds about that. I think no. There's exactly two ways where this goes. It's either no, or I form the European Union. You know? Which actually mostly involves conquering Germany first. And, you know, we go to infamy is just a number. The Chinese invasion of Canada. Good, good. Yeah, the Qing aren't completely helpless this game. They're getting their shit together. GDP per capita. Wow, the German Empire is ahead of us. And their pop growth is actually negative now. Oof. So is mine, to be fair. They're getting their standard of living up enough that they might be able to fight that with immigration. They have migration controls, though, so that's going to be pretty limiting on who can actually migrate into them. Yeah, especially since they're still on national supremacy. So only people with the same heritage and culture can migrate in. There actually kind of is. Like, there is Burgundy if I become an autocracy. So. Then I could just separate these two. Oh, Lord. Infamous, yeah. So the Qing are at -80 with us right now. Mostly because they're still antagonistic. Yeah, rivalry hurts. Okay. Alright. I think I'm just gonna schlunk off colonial offices for transport infrastructure. As you do. That means any building that is above level 51 now gets some benefit up to level 60. So that should help. That jumps our GDP per capita by a fair bit, actually. Yeah, continued expansion of the economy and scale. We've got we have streamlined trains now, right? Gosh, I think so. Right, we can start doing mass broadcasting network. That helps with telecoms. Oh yeah, ooh, streamlined trains. Yeah, we got sent back to experimental. All right. Sure, airship mooring port. NCO incorporation, battle fleet tactics. Not bad. So, upgrade to mech infantry is tempting, but like realistically shouldn't happen. Okay. Five. And siege artillery? Maybe. I could try tanks. No, because eventually, actually, the main battle tank here becomes the best one to grab. So I think I'll just stick siege artillery for that length. Apparently they've also been hanging out infinitely in Champagne and dying. Good to know. Costing me 6,000 men a week. To be fair, I think that's literally just been telling me up there that whole time, but I usually ignore those random flags about armies. Should probably not do that so much anymore. Oh yeah. But yeah, the Imperial Army can expand, which should hopefully put a little more pressure on things. Now, about our fleet. Yeah, we've got... I'm going to reunify you two. Okay, we did 50. Okay, 50. That is a second 100 Marine. Perfect. Okay. Still hostile. Alright, the Indians have given up the embargo now, so that's good. I guess probably their constant wars meant they really did need to start trading with me. Plus the expansion of the trade bloc. Having the Japanese is always nice, you know? Yeah. Got our, we export such an incredible amount of fabric. Alright. No matter how much I try, keeping the Radical Party under control has proven pretty difficult. Alright. 29.5. We are heading for an average standard of living of 30. Not bad. What's the stop to her? Probably fine to have the railways struggle nowadays. I guess I'm afraid doing that before I have. Yeah, okay, we can do Gen 1 nuclear reactors. HDPE for. Yeah, the Zigurnata catalysts for the petrochemical industry is actually probably going to help a fair bit. That will be pretty good. It costs some natural gas, which we do have in pretty sizable abundance, so. Hungary split in half. It hasn't split in half yet. And I don't think it's going to. It's not a separatist revolt. Or wait. Oh. No, yeah. No, Hungary is split in half. Because there's now the Central Hungarian Communist Republic. Yes, very good. Sorry, I just have to look at that a little closer. You are, in fact, correct. Romania is also starting to get its shit together and maybe form. Ah, yes. The Republic of Dobruja declared independence as well. Yeah, communist secessionism is a thing. Where are the radicals, if there are any? Dutch Guiana, yeah. You have -3 diplomatic stance with us, really? Very well. Also, congratulations to Japan for being a great power. Yeah, you can see roughly where I got investment rights in Japan. Now that's a miracle there. That's the economic miracle. For a while became 90-degree angle. Holy shit. Yep. You would think that after seeing this happen, there would be fuckers lining up to get invested in. So, is my colony willing to give me a treaty port? You know? Like, South Sumatra and West Java. Eastern New Guinea. North Sumatra. West Micronesia. Oh, yeah. Thank you. We get ourselves a nice little port out here. So, it's finally time for us to build an airport. I don't think an airport will do anything yet. Oh yeah, we can get regional routes. That's something, I guess. Private charters, I don't actually think actually does anything. Yeah, we'll see. Because airports are actually really complicated. So we'll see. Yeah, we want to do mail. I know that much. Using aviation fuel, eventually kerosene. Unfortunately, we have to get a couple of techs first, like international travel, before we can really use an airport to its fullest potential. No one has dared move into Tier 6 society yet. In the meantime, I'm about to finish Tier 6 production real quick. There's very much of it left. And oh baby, we're gonna get to work. You want to see advanced mining systems going? Because, oh yeah. Horizontal drilling? Heck yeah. Modern transport's also going to be a big one for, I think, because labor is... How much of a reduction is a lot of that? It ends up being a good question, you know? Let's have a look. I know the advanced mining systems will require robotics, which we'll need to get set up soonish. That already cuts 250 machinist jobs. Apparently adds 250 engineer jobs, or 500 engineer jobs. And then this, okay, so rail transit's minus 800, this is 1,000, so a tiny bit more off the laborers. Alright. Yeah, electric fueled pump is, I think, the last time where the number actually decreases. Advanced mining systems actually require more people. I actually kind of wonder at this point if dynamite is really worth... Nah, it still is. Oh my god, it's actually not. Yeah, because engineers are expensive, yo. Alright. Looks like I can no longer aggressively overpay everybody. Which is fine. I'll try and keep taxes on low, though. Sooner than we expect, yeah. We'll see. I've never truly managed to get airports to be any good. But we'll see. Because here's the thing, I don't think there's ever going to be a demand for... There's 100 base demand in the world market for air travel. We can get a regional route going, sure. And we do need more services in Holland. Electric streetlights would be good for increasing the services offered. And at this point, I think our electric grids are stable enough to handle that. So, you know, let's maybe hop over that. It's been far too long, and I probably should have done that a while ago. But that's okay. Yeah. Electricity plus 60%. Ugh. Alright. Pop open the company's tab. Yeah. Alright. Congratulations. Wow, the fucking plantation fellowship is just gone. It's off to the fucking races. Hey, I have the ability to give you tea plantations. I should do that. There. You can also buy up the Japanese tea plantations that way. Might as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 300,000 people are employed here. I guess that's the question. What does my population makeup look like at this point? 3.7% are capitalists. Whew. Yep. No thanks. It's fine. Okay. So 3.7% are capitalists. It's pretty easy to kind of figure out from here how many end up, working in these districts. Because it's 50, 51, 50, right? So we know almost all of the bureaucrats actually work in those financial districts. The company HQs might be different. 50, 100, 100. Ah. So you guys generate a bunch of shopkeepers. So twice as many shop. Okay. So we can assume at least probably 5 to 6% of the shopkeepers and the vast majority of the clerks work in the capitalist as well. 5 more million Russians coming in. Oh god. Are we getting the Russian migration in? Hell yeah. That's good shit. So, somewhere in, I think about 15% of our population is currently working. 10 to 15% of our population is currently working in financial districts. So, conceptually, I was thinking about treaty ports and the like before. Part of that was musing, but also the recognition that I do need additional construction sectors. Unfortunately, I doubt this treaty port in Micronesia will have particularly many peasants, but hey. Four construction sectors is 4 construction sectors. But I am actually in a state where I need to increase the amount I'm pushing. So Joseon, I am interested in perhaps acquiring some sort of treaty port from you. 240, 240, 240, 240. Depending on just what you want and what I could do for you. Can we make this happen? It does not look like it. Negative 80. We're at neutral now with the Qing. The rivalry will be forced to break at 20, so. We might just get there. But yeah, populations with, or centers with large populations. We have an obligation from Ceylon, so we can use that. Honestly, if I just offer money transfer, it's 100 a week, okay. You know what, 90%, I'll just take it. Go for it. Good, that's a treaty port that I can get. Unfortunately, not many peasants. But to be fair, it looks like I ended up stealing a bunch of industry, so. Enough, I think I can just do that. But yeah, if I can slowly just build up a network of treaty ports, that'd be good. I don't know, maybe food standardization is actually still what I want. Because minus 10% mortality is very helpful at the end. You know? Because remember, we do have negative population growth and can only survive on immigration. Like, I can work on pollution a little bit. High density polyethylene. Perfect. So that's for Ziegernata catalysts on the petrochems. All right. With any luck, the petrochemical industries are now able to actually splice enough plastic for things. All right, looks like they are. Or at least some of it, anyway. We need 2.3K for that. How much spare plastic do I functionally have? Like 10,000, or like 4,000, I'd say. So I don't want to go more than 10,000 over, so this is fine. We can also do the HYL process. That helps a fair bit. That'll get us some more steel and a little less electricity used for it. Natural gas is still kind of meh. I have at least locally turned off the production of natural gas in my coal mines, right? Yeah. So we're still subsisting on waste natural gas from our colonies, basically. Which ain't too bad. Yeah. We are currently importing 12,000 coal from the Germans. Oh. Fair enough. So 700 from trade centers, yeah. It's like theoretically, you know, modern purification methods. Switching over to these can be good, in theory. Alright. No flash freezing, good. The natural gas rig will bump it up a bit, since we have to improve tech. Modern purification methods. Alright. So, let's talk to you. Power Block Embassy? Can I get a treaty port in Basra out of you somehow? It looks like I can. And for not much either. Okay, 12,000 a week, you got it. Alright, and we got Kuwait, everyone. Nice. I mean, hey, it's a little something. There's like 10,000 peasants here. Build some of that. Yeah. Minus 95%. Just, yeah, Amazon rainforest. Not great. Kuwait, turmoil. Yeah. Let's try and start leaning on Iraq a little bit, you know? It shouldn't be too hard to get them in. A small little insignificant power. Alright. Ah, yes, funded research projects unlocked. Oh boy. Anything gonna spread? Cryptographic communication. Well, as long as it's not antibiotics and then not decolonization. We made it to 1933 so far. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Alright, Gen 1 nukes are the last tech, so we have access to the next tier. Which, it's a good question. What do I need from this tier? That is a good question. Unlock bullet train. High-speed rail. Like horizontal drilling's potentially good if I continue to need more oil. Although to be fair, am I really producing my own oil much at this point anymore? No. Yeah, Tripoli, Chubu, Niger, Chad. Yeah. Yeah. Not bad. Alright. Yeah, we do get access to the Japanese paper now as well, which is particularly helpful, since that will give a little bit bonus of throughput. Not much, but it's something. And it applies basically across the entire economy, so. God, we have 586 million GDP. Alright, close air support, nice. Before too long, I'm going to have to modernize a couple things in our army. Failed to breach 30 standard of living, which is fair. It's getting pretty tough to get that high. The advanced electric arc process, as well as Midrex, will help with the steel mills a fair bit. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while before, like, solar power is any good. But, yeah. Modern urban utilities is very nice. That just gives you minus 1% mortality. It also gives us gas-fired ovens for our food industries. You know what? Let's get basic appliances. A global minus 1% mortality is nice. God, I want developed healthcare because we need vaccination campaigns. Then there. Get rid of the last pollution effects. Unsurprisingly, pollution is piling up. It's only going to get worse. Our wealth actually might be higher than I think. Because although we have those universal standard of living increases, right? We do have, you know, I guess only minus 0.3. So we can say plus 2.9. Yeah. Okay. It's not too bad. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Too many people dying. We're trying. It's not really actually that too many people are dying. It's just that there is no birth rate. You know? Thankfully, the birth rate has a minimum of 1%. Like, we have hit the minimum birth rate. It doesn't matter how much higher I bring my literacy. You know? The goal is to try and bring down the mortality rate as much as possible. Which we can do. Slowly and steadily. I might get rid of... Or... God. Can I afford to not do ultra-processed snacks, you know? Sure, does it suck? You know it does. But, like, that helps. I think we have to do it. Eventually we'll get home delivery here too, which takes away the need for 700 workers per level. 500 workers per level. Yeah. Which ain't bad, because man does this require a lot of workers. I guess minus 3,000. So it's 3,500 there. 4,000 in total. I get rid of this. Consider it. No, that's 250. So no matter what, minimum is going to be 250 laborers. Yeah. Yeah, once we can do gas-fired ovens and all that, that should help. Alright. Yeah, unsurprisingly, our leverage is just taking over Iraq. And they are coming into our block. We're hitting 600 million. Oh, so I know this is going to break my UI. So I'm going to save. I'm probably going to call the stream here anyway after I reload. But I'm going to reload with the GDP ownership overlay mod thing, which I found it to sometimes work. I haven't gotten it working fully, though. So please bear with me for a moment as I quickly restart the game. I'm actually also going to take a quick fire break as I do this. All right. Okay. So, it's December 5. Is it supposed to be this? I think it is, yeah. No, this is correct. I'm just paranoid because it was on the 1st. I'm like, did I load an autosave? Who knows. Damn, it's not quite working today, is it? Hang on. There we go. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, it's not. Member of the Society of Nations. Yeah, good luck. Is that a thing I can just join these days? Yeah, join the Society of Nations. Understandable. More prestige. More infamy. Alright. But yeah. So, unfortunately, I can't get the ownership data. Which is a shame. Yeah. I don't know how I managed to get it to work like one time. I just have not been able to get it to work since. Now this new patch. Ah well. It's kind of a shame because I would like to know more about in total how much like GDP I actually own. You know? And have it all nicely totaled up for me. That'd be great. Because would you look at this? I own 67%, so 200 million right there. You know? The Japanese have 400 million GDP. And I own 35% of that. So that alone is another 150 mil. Right? Like, I think I have probably more than double my GDP on the outside, which actually is less than I anticipate. You know? Because even if I own like 100% of the rest of these, that's only another... Oh. Yeah, barely anything. You're the one I actually own the least of. At least usually. 43% now. Hey, that's not bad. That's another 80 mil. Alright. Not bad at all. And yeah, you're quickly just, we own half your GDP at this point. It's only 1 million. It's not hard. There basically was nothing before we arrived in Iraq. But we're building. Desperately trying. To get as many construction sectors built as possible to just feed my private sector. I guess alternatives. I could come off laissez-faire. You know? Nah, it's not really helpful since I do lose... I guess I don't lose any companies, do I? I only lose company charters now. Which I don't actually need. So that actually might not be a terrible thing. It is certainly something to consider. Alright. Well, like I said, though, I'm probably going to call the stream here. It's been a nice solid 4 hours. And I hope you guys had fun. And I'll be seeing you guys next time. Take care, folks. Have a good night.